Hello, 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 hello. How are you doing? Welcome to the Cottagegoth Library. I am Lunacia, or Luna for short, for those who don't know. Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you doing? What are your plans for today? What are you reading? I want to know what you are reading. I am currently reading this. Uh, this th- 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 this this book this book up here the Cinnamon Spice Inn. I haven't gotten very far into it. It's an arc and I need to get cracking with it because it's an arc and it's being published in a few days, and I thought that it would be no problem when I picked it up because I was having plenty of time. And then, lo and behold, after over a month migraine free, I got the like massive migraine attack from, yeah. So I've been doing everything very slowly. So in today's first sprint, I will need to go have a shower and get changed into something else than this. And so that's my main task. And I have my to do list for today is like shower, get dressed, eat more than one meal, read, and I think that's pretty much it. Take care of myself. Ah, so hello, hello, hello. And hello, Keiko. How are you doing? What are you reading? And Sky, hi, how are you? Hope everyone is doing well, says Sky. Oh, well, still having a migraine. I woke up five-ish, 4 or 5, and it felt like I had like a claw inside, like this part of my head, like back of the eye, and it was like with like long claws, and like squeezing. It was not fun. So I got up, got meds, and went back to bed and slept until late, basically. Keiko says, I'm off for 2 weeks vacation. Oh, that sounds nice and free from the skips that is retail. Ah, I can imagine. So reading and writing it is. Oh, that sounds lovely. And hello, brother HS. Reading Snorri's Edda. How many times have you read it? More than once, I think. Sky says, I'm editing videos and planning scheduling a lot of content today. Oh, very well. Currently reading Burn Bright by Christina and Becca Ritchie, which I'll probably finish later. Is that an arc or is it like a not arc? Because this book up here is an arc. Um, Emma, hi, how are you doing? Good to see you. Are you currently writing? Um, what are you working on? How are you feeling? Well, feeling tired and slightly. I still have a little bit of pain, like here-ish. But better than last night, and hopefully I'll be fine tomorrow. And Emma says hello to everyone, and Keiko says hello to Emma. Soldad, hi! Hi! Welcome! I'm new here. I usually attend different sprints on Sunday, but they're not on today, so I found you. Oh, thank you! Much appreciated. I need to do my weekly plan and hopefully write a bit. Sounds good, sounds good. And Emma is wondering what Soledad is writing. Yes, what are you writing? Emma says hi to Keiko. Are you off work today? Yes. Keiko says to Emma, even better, I have 2 weeks vacation. And Emma says, Huzzah! Kendra, hello, hi, how are you doing? Good to see you. Emma says hello to Kendra, and Kendra says hello to Emma. And Emma says, I'm working on a manuscript today. Ooh, that's exciting. What sort of manuscript it is? Is it like theater, or is it film, or is it something else? Commercial? Something else? So that's a sapphic romances, mostly dark, psychological, overcoming trauma. Right now, my brain is rebelling, and I got this amazing fantasy idea. I can't let go. Oh, I like the thought of that. I love fantasy. I think fantasy is one of my favorite genres. I read like very wide. And nothing published yet, but it's the goal for sure. Well, that doesn't mean that it'll never happen. Emma says, I write romance too, but sweet contemporary. I think my favorite romance is the British cozy romance with like no spice or very little spice. If you've heard of Jessica Redland, I'm looking at my book cart here. She writes some really cozy stuff. So I read some last December, and I bought. This is one of the books that I bought, and yeah, I'm saving this up for December because Dark December will happen. Dark December Readathon will happen. I'm working on it. There will be an announcement video, but that's probably later on. Uh, so my brother says, not sure, not as many times as I have read the Heimskringla. All right, okay, yeah. I don't think I've read any of them, even once for some odd reason. I should, I know, but I've read some of the sagas, I think. If not the whole ones, like parts of it. And I saw a performance of Völuspá. I have a former colleague friend. She's a storyteller, and she's a storyteller, and she did like a Völuspá performance. I was really good with music, and because she uses like a lot of old instruments and stuff. Really, really good. That's 3 years ago, I think, maybe 2 years ago. I don't know. Time is fuzzy. Wibbly wobbly. Uh, uh, so, Emma says, it's the first in the Roman series due with my publisher on 1st of September. Oh, exciting, exciting. Keiko says, I write today too. I was supposed to be a Vampire Diaries fanfic, but I love the premise and the story so much that I turn it into an original story. Ooh, even better, even better. Just going to say that I have nothing against fanfic. I have massive respect for people who write fanfic, but I've never read it because there's just so much time in this world, and I just don't have the time. I need to read books. So Kendra says, I have no idea what I'm writing today. I finished my last book, first draft yesterday during Rita's stream. Ooh, that's well done. That's well done. Keiko says, oh, that sounds exciting. Yes. Kendra says, I'll play around for a while and see if something sticks. That's a way to do it, of course. Like, just get things out and then see if anything like works. Um, and Emma says, "Oh, Jessica's a friend of mine." Oh, really? Oh, she's. I think I talk. I have a video in December at some time, and I talk about like, and I also have a blog post about her books, and talking about like how she's become my favorite romance author. I feel envious. Her stories are so nice. I really love them. Like set in Yorkshire, which is a place in the UK that is kind of close to my heart. I haven't been there for a good while now. I've been to York a couple of times during the 90s. I've been to Whitby and I've been to. There's another one. The one with the Roman baths that is smelly. Not that the town is not smelly, but I can't remember the name. Especially with migraine brain, it's. So yeah. So that's says I love reading fantasy, but I never had the creativity to write them. Yeah, it's hard with the whole world building and everything. But my brain is like, nope, you're giving it a go. You have no choice. It's fair though. You'll have to keep us updated on that. You have to keep us updated on that. Emma needs food. Yeah, food is important. One of my goals today is eat more than one meal. I've had breakfast already. Nothing fancy, just like a bread roll with spread. Keiko says lol. Uh, Fair and reminds us to hydrate. Yes, it's important to hydrate. Emma says Whitby is glorious. Yeah, it's so beautiful. I have some pictures, but they're from 2003, I think. Early 2000s, I think. I was there for Whitby Gothic weekend, so I have pictures from like up at the Abbey and stuff like that. So nice. So nice. So that says fanfic is how my passion for writing started. Oh, right. Yeah, I think that goes for a lot of people. I was 9 and Twilight obsessed. I think a lot of young people were like obsessed with Twilight when they were like popular. Um, I read them. I was a teen librarian when they were like popular. So I read them. I don't think they're so great, but that's another story. And But I don't judge. People should read whatever they want and feel the pleasure of reading. Needed the freedom of my own work by the age of 13, but without fanfic, I would probably never learned how amazing writing is. That's fair. When I was 13, I didn't, or 9, I didn't know what fanfic was. It wasn't a thing, as far as I know. At that age, I think I read like mostly short stories and poetry, really bad poetry. That's what I wrote. um, I'm not written, I haven't written in a good while now though. And I've only had some poetry published. So that's that. So Keiko says I very easily fall into the world building syndrome. Is there a syndrome? I didn't know. That's funny though. And My brother says York with stars in his eyes. Yes, York is so nice. Um, First time I was in York was for when I did my first year of English in university, and I spent 3 weeks at the York University, and it was so nice. And then I had some friends who did like a semester in York, and I envied them. So for my last semester in university, I wanted to do English in York as well, but I didn't go to York. I ended up going to Cardiff in Wales instead, which was also very nice. So that was my last semester of English in Cardiff in Wales, and it was much fun, and I could choose between so many modules, and it was so much fun. So I did something called functional grammar of English, which is basically sentence analysis, uh, which is easy. Easy. It's fun for geeks like me. And I did a module that was called the 20th Century Children's Literature when I got to read Ursula Le Guin. That's when I discovered Ursula Le Guin and her wonderful stories. And I did Romantic Gothic, and we read things like Anne Radcliffe and some other stuff. And I also did a history of the English language, but it wasn't like super far back. So it's like the beginning of modern English, I guess. Which was, yeah, so it's like beginning, it's like more modern history of English, starting in around Shakespeare's time, I think. I think we looked at Chaucer as well, but I don't really remember much of that. I don't think we did much of that actually, when I come to think of it. I think it was like mentioned, but not really. It was like, it would have been like pre the course that I did. But like history of language is super interesting anyway. So that says they're not great, but at the time they felt amazing. I think it has to do, there's a lot of things that we read that will be colored by where we are in life, if that makes sense to you. So it might be like, um, you might, it's like I read a book when I was in my 20s. For those who doesn't, for those who don't know, I am 50. So when I was in my 20s, I read a book and I thought it was brilliant and I really loved it. And then I read it in my 30s and I was like, what? What? Did I really love this? This is not that great. So yeah, it's interesting to see how like your reading is affected by where you are in life, um, your experiences, all those things. Uh, And so that says probably because back then I was young and reliant on what was translated into my native language. Oh, oh, yeah. So what's your native language? Which is your native language? My native language is Norwegian. So that says never been to York, but it's on my travel list for sure. Yeah, it's beautiful. It really is beautiful. Though I also would, if you're in Yorkshire, I would highly recommend like seeing more of it. I also, when I was there, like for my 3 week study thing, I did go to Sheffield for a bit, and we also went to Bronte, the House of Bronte, which is a museum now, and it was so interesting. The Bronte sisters' house where they grew up and things like that. So this is no, I have a full-time job and no uni. I actually have time to visit places. Oh, I actually had time to visit places when I was in uni, like during summer, so long, summer break. And even though I worked, I still had some time to travel. But of course, I've done like more travel since. I've done some interesting travels. I think it's hard to say like my favorite places that I visited. I think my favorite place that I have visited was Bali in Indonesia, which is a beautiful island. I went to Seminyak and Ubud, and it was so nice, and the people were so friendly. Um, I think my least favorite place was Tunisia. I went to Hammamet. Tunis, the city of Tunis wasn't so bad, but Hammamet I didn't really like at all. I don't think it helped that I got like food poisoning. I got really ill, and had like the worst flight ever home, like 5 hours on the plane with immense tummy pain. Not recommended. I think the most fascinating place I've been must be India. India was and also that was like long anticipated. Like I had spent so much time longing to travel to India. And my favorite cities that I have visited, um, so which is like city, is Edinburgh, of course. Dublin is a place I love visiting, where I've been plenty of times. Prague is beautiful. Um, Gothenburg is a lovely place to visit. I'm going to spend loads of time talking about places I love. Reykjavik. Oh, there's so many good places to visit. So that's this. Czech is my native language. Ooh, yeah, I don't speak any Czech. uh, and I was working alongside studying when I had time off. Yeah. I visited my family in Czechia. So after 8 years in the UK, I finally get to explore. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, yeah. So I actually think we should go into the first sprint because we've been talking for quite a while already. So I'm going to have, I think, four or maybe four sprints, depending on how I feel. But I'm aiming for four sprints, and there will be 75 minutes, so that will give us enough time to get things actually done and some reading or writing done. And I have no alarm, but I do have a timer, and when I get back, I will say hello. So keep the sound up, because there will be no music, just a timer. So I will see you in 75. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. How did that sprint go for you? What did you do? What did you read? How did it go? So I got 7 to 17% in my book. That's good. Um, it doesn't go as quickly as I would like it to go, but it feels okay. I managed to read quite a bit. I also showered, got dressed, so that's tick on the to-do list. I'm feeling really tired, of course, with the migraine and everything, so there's that. Hello, Jen. How are you doing? Good to see you. Starting the measure today for my in-person book club. Ooh, that sounds fun. I hope you're all well. Well, if you didn't see my community post, I am having a few days of migraine attack. So not the best, but uh, I'm alive. So there's that. Um, Jen says I got to page 20. Good, good, good. I think it's going to be a bingeable read. Oh, that sounds good. Very good and very thought-provoking so far. I'm reading The Cinnamon Spice Inn. It's an arc, and it's like very autumny, um, coffee, small town romance book, and some chilies, I think. So yeah, I like how the author is like really managing to set atmosphere in the book, which I really like. Like it's like fairly, she's good at they're good at describing everything. Hi Steve, how are you doing? My friends with the like button, thank you. Still in bed. Oh, that sounds nice. Proper lion is so nice. My brother says that he read a bit. Good, good, in Snorre. So that says weekly planning done. Very well done. Journaling done, and lunch and second coffee done. Very well done. Now I'm finally ready to write in the next sprint. Oh, that sounds good. Kendra says I did a little research. Well, that's important. Nothing worse than reading a book where you kind of says that there's clearly been no research done. It's like, what? Made up a little, which is also good. Began a new YA sci-fi romance. Ooh, and got 446 words. Oh, that's very well done. And says hi to Shannon or SD. Yes, Shannon. Um, Shannon says, got a short story idea yesterday, which I brainstormed and then wrote until 1:30 a.m. Finished it and liked it. Ooh, well done. Yeah, I remember you talking about this short story on Rita's streams last night. Yesterday. It wasn't last night, it was yesterday. Um, and then Shannon says hi to Kendra. Ah, so is this short story, are you publishing it somewhere? Are you making a short story collection? Are you entering it into a short story collection? Do you have a plan for it? Tell us all the tea. Give us the tea. I want the tea. uh, so I am thinking of next sprint to be shorter. It's only going to be 50 minutes because I struggle with the focus. So I think 50 minutes will be better for me. Connor says, wow, Shannon, you're on fire. Yeah. Well, Shannon is the queen of word spewing. I'm so impressed by that. Can't write that late. Yeah, 1:30 a.m. I was like thinking, because I still struggle with the AM PM thing. I kind of have the grasp of it, but not really. So I was thinking PM, but AM, yeah, that's like into the early morning, like or late night, really. Finishing it, yeah. My brain turns into mush canvases, yeah. Shannon says, this will be part of a collection, so no publishing until I write seven more. Oh, that's work. But just, just let it go. Just, what do you say? Go with the flow. And Shannon says, with your story being YA, will the romance be clean, Kendra? Um, so I've talked about this expression before. I actually don't like calling it clean because it kind of implies that it's otherwise not clean, if you understand what I mean. It's like dirty, and I don't like to think of anything as like dirty. But that's me, and I think it's because I'm not American, maybe. Don't know. Kendra says, do you go by military time in Norway, Luna? We do 24-hour clock. Um, don't call it military time. I don't like that phrase. That's very American. Because it's just 24 hours clock. I think it's like basically most of Europe and most of the world. I think it's like mostly Anglo word that does the 12-hour clock. And it's so confusing sometimes. Kendra says, mostly Shannon, I like my young teens to be able to read it, but it might have a hint of a little spice in there. Uh, I'll let you know that teens, they like the spice. It's the parents that don't like the spice. I remember when I was a teen, I was like my friends and I were like talking about like books we read, and some books were read because of the number of chilies. Just let's say that. Yes, I don't like it either, says Shannon. But I don't like, oh, I don't know a better way to call it. Yeah, because of I think this is the whole Americans that can't call a spade for a spade. Uh, so when we talk about books at work, because we talk about books, like when we buy books and stuff. I'm a librarian. I work in a public library, and we say, "Oh, there's a lot of sex scenes in this book," and you can't really say that in the US, I guess. Um, so um, we don't really have a phrase for it in Norwegian, I think. It's just don't talk about it as much. It's so strange, and it's kind of hard because I find it hard not to be able to use like the words and the phrasings on YouTube because YouTube is YouTube and very American in some ways. Um, and Shan says, "Nice, Kendra." Mm. And I was in the military, so I totally get that that as soon as I hear that. All right, okay. I've never been to the military and never would be. Very much pacifist, and and all those things. So yeah. So yeah. No, I never been in the military. I don't know how. I don't know what they do in there. Uh, so Sean says I write spicy, so I understand the implication with clean. So yeah, not crazy about it. Yeah. Um, I normally just say it's not spicy. It's not spicy. Um, so I think the book I'm currently reading is fairly spicy. There's not been a lot of it yet. I'm just 17% into it. But I think there will be quite a lot of spice to come. Um, I'm I'm normally not too crazy about the spice because it really depends on. I think a lot of the time, a lot of the spice in the book is it doesn't really add much to the story. I like hints, and I like having like I can like I have an imagination. My imagination is vivid enough to kind of put things together. So I prefer like fade into dark and things like that, rather than like spilling everything into detail. As if it's too much details, I go like, oh gosh, this is so boring to read. It doesn't add to the story, but I know that a lot of people kind of really like that. And no shame, absolutely no shame. And if people like that, I'm all for it. Um, but it's just not for me. It's just that it doesn't give me anything as a person. If people like it, it's wonderful. I have nothing against it. Each to their own, as you say. But I don't mind reading it, but I might just like read quickly. I just like get over the like get to the good parts, the non-spicy parts. So that says 24-hour time is less confusing. It really is, isn't it? When I said 7, it means just 7. No need to wonder if it's morning or night. But I learned AM PM in English classes as a child. I think we probably did as well. But it's just my brain that finds it hard to grasp still. So I try to use it when I talk in English in my YouTube videos, but I still get it wrong. Like I started editing my London vlog yesterday, and I said I was doing it until 11 p.m. and that was incorrect use of PM. I meant AM, so I had to like add a little caption saying that AM. I still mix up AM PM. So yeah. So as also says, add if my writing is all over the place. It's fine. We understand what you mean. Kendra says, I think it got the term clean also because there is more than just spy in YA, young adult, but substance, violence, and cussing. Substance. So you mean there's like more substance to the story, or violence and cussing? Yeah, cussing is something I wouldn't even notice. It's just words to me, or swearing, as I would say. So yeah, it's like I have a friend who has a channel, a booktube channel, and she talks about like, oh, there's no cussing in this book. I'm just like, how do you even notice? I wouldn't even notice, because it's just words. Um, but then again, I'm not Christian, so there's that as well. Um, I like terms like PG, PG-13, 14 plus, etc. Well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me either, though. So, um, it's like, um, and I used to work as like a teen, young adult librarian, and I I find it very hard to say this is not fit for 12 years old, because it really depends on the 12-year-old person. There is more about the person and the personality and the maturity of the person than and also yeah there's so much like it has to be so much about the personality of the person rather than the age, if you understand what I mean. um and then of course I know that there's like some people who go like, oh, there's LGBT LGBT. I normally don't have any problems with saying this. LGBTQ plus content, and then they say, oh, that is 16 and above, and it really irks me as an LGBTQ plus person myself, uh, that you're supposed to be like sheltered from this at an early age, because I think it's if you have representation and if you have knowledge, it's better for you than not to have it. You understand more and you get a lot of understanding from reading. And I also think there's a lot of things you will not grasp if it's not like, if you're not old enough. It's like when I was, I'm not sure how old I was, and I went to the library and picked up 1001 Nights, and the librarian asked me, are your parents okay with you reading this? And I said, yes, of course they're okay with me reading this. I had no clue. And in hindsight, I understand the question, but at the time, I didn't understand why I wouldn't be able to read fairy tales because I've grown up with reading fairy tales, and all the little things that wouldn't be like appropriate for the age, they just went above my head. I didn't get it. I just like I just didn't get it, so it wasn't a big deal. So yeah, right. So oh, chat is busy today. Shannon says, for my fated adventure story, which is told from four people's point of view, for participants. For every love scene, I made a spicy scene and a uh, Facebook to black scene. Fade to black scene for participants to choose from. Uh, online. Oh, so it was like in on. Ah, yeah, it's like Facebook tone. I fade to black. Yeah, I understood that. I went to speech to text on my phone because I was having a hard time typing. That's fair enough. As like autocorrect can be such a pain sometimes. Such a pain. So you had like an online story you could like choose. That's interesting. Um, so that says, I like reading spicy, but I'm a fussy reader. If the spicy scenes start and it's boring and nothing is happening, 5 pages in, I'd rather skip to get to something interesting. Also fair. And Shan says, I like that. Kendra, and Kendra says, think of PM as party mode, Luna. The party's half an afternoon. Oh, not if you're Scandinavian. I've been to Valborg in Sweden, in Uppsala. Like when my friend was a student, she was a student at University of Uppsala. She's Swedish, and celebrating. And you start with like champagne in the morning, and the same with the 17th of May here, which is our Constitution Day, where you can like start with champagne breakfast. So there's that. So it's like, does it really work though? Uh, oh, substance abuse. All right, okay. But why can't you read that if you're younger? Because you could come across that as it's. I think it's good to have the knowledge about that. Um, teen, yes, or alcohol. I'm not sure what way you can type on YouTube. Yeah, I've given up of understanding Kendra. uh, it's yeah, not sure. Yeah. So substance use, recreational substance use. Yeah, but it's part of. I think it's very different in the US than Norway because it's more part of the culture in Europe, I think, in general. Like, I didn't drink alcohol until I was 21, which is very late for a Norwegian. You can drink legally when you're 18. Most people try it before that. It's very common. And I think it's important to show that it happens. It's better to have the knowledge than to kind of um, not know. I think knowledge, it's better with knowledge. And Kendra says yes, exactly, and Shannon says heart, blue heart. And Soledad says, I think the only thing I would mind in YA books is glorifying something wrong and illegal. Yeah, it's a huge difference between glorifying something that is just not okay, and that goes for a lot of things like bullying, for example. So I think it's important to write about those things as long as you kind of put it into perspective and don't glorify. I think that was what I was trying to say, Soledad. So you pinpointed what I was meaning. Not necessarily including something wrong and illegal. Yeah, teens need to learn about those things. Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say as well. Uh, Shannon says, I definitely wouldn't want those things in the books of my youngest son would read, with him being neurodivergent. He's a couple of years behind his peers, and he still doesn't understand a lot of things. Yeah, I can understand that. But then you can, like, I think it's more important that the parents then kind of, but then again, you can't really control what your kids read. And it might just go above his head if he doesn't understand it. I don't know. That's what it did with me. I'm not neurodivergent, but when I was so young, I didn't understand. I was like, I just didn't understand it, and it didn't do any harm to me. But yeah, of course, it has to do with person. So as I said, I think it's more to do with to the person than the age. So yeah, I think it's there should be books that would be fine. I just pick the right books. I think that's kind of the clue, I guess. Kendra says, I think the classifications are more for the parents when they're buying books for their kids. Like Luna said, kids will pick up anything and read it. Definitely. And I used the public library, by the way. Our school library wasn't very good. I remember one book I picked up in school, the school library, though, and that was The Never-Ending Story. And I read it when I was about 10, 11, and absolutely loved it. And it has bullying. Not glorifying at all, but it was, yeah. So, yeah, yeah, and but then again, I have parents. I've had parents coming into the library and say, "It's like, what age limit does this book have?" And I'm going like, "But the books, they don't have an age limit. Talk to me about your kid, and we'll find the right book, in, rather than the whole other thing." I think for me, it's more like a teacher thing than anything. But yeah, Shannon says, I think that's exactly what it is with having these designations, because I definitely want to know as a parent what my son will be reading, so that he has question I can talk if so that if he has questions I can talk to him about it. Yeah. Uh, Yeah, but then I think if it's like a big concern, it's maybe you should like read the books with your kid. That might be a solution. If it's something I know that he wouldn't understand, even if I try to explain it, then I wouldn't have him read it right now. Yeah, that's fair. then you just don't let him read it. But I don't think they shouldn't be available. I could, I think I have a video somewhere where I talk about censorship and book banning in the US because it's for us it's very much a US thing. They actually did try. Was it last year? I think it was last year. It was like a school library where there were like parents complaining to the principal in a school and told the school librarian to kind of take a book off the shelf. Um, a book I've read. It's a very good book and a very important book. Mm, would you want a 7-year-old to read it? Maybe not. I don't think it would be super harmful though, because it's very informative, and I do think it would be. There's like certain books. I think if you read them, it will be helpful for people, and maybe you would not feel so alone, especially when it comes to identity. All kinds of identity. No, I'm talking like identities in general. Representation, it's so important. So important. Um, because it has to do with understanding yourself. And Sharon says, when my son doesn't understand something, he does everything he can to try understand it, and then he gets frustrated if he doesn't. He's very curious, so he tries very hard to understand stuff. Yeah, and he doesn't let it go, which makes it hard for us sometimes. Yeah, but then you're a parent. You can kind of do as much as you can, not to let him read the things you don't think he'll understand. Lucky for me, he's actually more interested in reading non-fiction stuff, and there's loads of non-fiction stuff that is good. I think his brain understands hard facts better. Hard facts. What are soft facts? That's my question of the day. What's soft facts? My brother says, Mr. Man books are hardly appropriate for the library at my school. Well, they are funny though. I really enjoy them when I was in uni. So, like Little Miss Sunshine, they're humorous. It wouldn't be so bad, I think. So my brother works in a school. I'm struggling with what you're comparing it to in the US. It's called videregående. So it's age 16, 17, 18-ish, I think. It's year, it's like you have like basic school, which is year 1 to 10, and then you have like you more specialize more. Year like 11 to we usually translate it as high school. Yeah, I keep thinking of high school as ungdomsskole, but I don't know why. Um, but I think, and I've been also thinking that middle grade would be, I was thinking middle grade was like mellomtrinn, and it seems like that's not the case. And that because when I've looked at middle grade books, it feels like they're like fitting for ages like 8, 9, 10, maybe 12. And ungdomsskole is like in between that and the next. So it's very, very so that would be high school here, says Jen. Okay, yeah. And Kendra says that as well, high school. School systems are hard. Mm. So, but you start school very early in the US? I don't remember what age you start school. Here you start school at 6 now, I think it is. We started around 7, the year you turned 7. They changed it, so now it's 6. And I started 7, and that means I had 1 year less of schooling before I went to university, but I that wasn't a big deal. And I also have like 2 degrees, like 2 lower degrees. I have a candidata magistri, which is called, which is like CanMag, which is it's very hard to compare it to a bachelor's because it's longer and better. So I have that, which is like an old system, and then I have a bachelor's degree in library and information science, and I also done like other like study points or whatever you called it, module. Oh, excuse me, modules for fun in sociology. Because I had nothing better to do, so I studied for fun. That's me. Um, School starts at 5, 6, depending on your birthday. So yeah, so I started when I was 6 years old when I started school because I have my birthday in late October. Uh, but it's like the year you turn. It's normally the year, but unless you have like super late or super early in the year, then it might differ. Though it's very I don't know how that it works exactly because I haven't really worked that much with school, so I don't have kids either. So normally it's like the year you turn 6 now, or the year you turn 7 when I was in school. We have compulsory school after 7, but almost everyone begins sending their kid children to school at 4 or 5 unless they homeschool. Yeah, homeschooling is not a thing here. I think you can apply for it, but it requires a lot of the parents if you're homeschooling. I know there are some people who do it. It's very rare. Some people do it, and they have to do a lot of work. So I'm not sure how it works. I think you would have to. It's very hard to have another job if you homeschool your kids, because you have to keep up with all the requirements from the state, like læreplan, the plan of teaching, as it's called. Um, so at least in my state, if you're 5 by the day school starts, you can start that year. Otherwise, you have to wait until the following year. Yeah, I think it's very different from here. It's just different. So it's just different. Kendra says, yes, I do not work and I homeschool. It's a full-time job for me. Yeah, it's difficult. It must be difficult because there's so much they have to learn. The plan. So do you do like the whole up into university? Because it's like history, math, languages, geography, social studies. What else did we have? So long ago since I went to school. So I remember having history and physical education, history, geography, social studies, Norwegian, English, French, maths, natural sciences, and there was also like some pick and choose things. I had photography, and oh yeah, and arts, learning like and heimkunnskap, home knowledge, which is like learning to cook and clean. So many subjects. But yeah, going to school was like a full day of things. Uh, so yeah. Yeah, Kendra says yes, all of it. My daughter will begin college this year along with her school studies at 14. Oh, that's very early to start college at 14, isn't it? So is college the same? I thought that was like the pretty much the same as university. Is it not? Maybe I'm wrong. Uh, so, so what is she planning on doing in college? Is she doing anything fun? What's her interest? Oh, my ear is itching. Oh, yes. Oh, there's so much to learn. I'm not a teacher. I tried teach a little bit, but it wasn't for me. And I remember I was put into because you could we had the option to do either French or German, but it depends on the school. And I remember when I was doing temp teaching, and I was asked to have a class in German, and I was like, but I don't speak German. I've never had German in school. And they were like, oh, but you're fine. Here's what you're going to do. And I was like, what? But I was only at temp, so I think we ended up doing like just they had to do like questionnaires or something that the teacher had made. But I thought it was very odd to put in a temp for something that they couldn't do. I had no problems doing like English. My major in university was English at the time. This was before I did library and information science, and that level of math wasn't very hard either. So it was like when you were they were like middle grade, I guess. So yes, we have dual enrollment that kids can do while they're in high school before going to uni. I'm not sure if I understand that, but that's fine. I don't really know what dual enrollment is. Before going to uni, she wants to be a music major. Ooh. Oh yeah, music was another thing we had in school. Learning like music scores, and I remember playing the guitar and singing, and also like music history, things like that. We had you. She plays for beginning fifth instrument. Okay. My brother says sometimes the temp's main job is to see that the students don't tear apart the classroom. It's not very interesting though, just to sit there and guard them. It's much more fun to actually teach them something. So I did actually, when I was temping, I actually did have a class for 5 weeks, the same class for 5 weeks, and I had Norwegian and English with them. Oh, and religion is another thing you have in school, uh, and which is different. It's been like depending who's in the government, how it works. So it used to be just Christianity, and then I think there were a case in The Hague, like the human rights court, about the freedom of religion. So that was like you can't just teach one religion; you have to do them all, like ethics and stuff. I think that's like important, ethics and philosophy and things like that. Just as important as religions, like religions in plural. Uh, so Kendra says it's an associate degree. I don't know what that is either. I'm sorry. She can take most prerequisites now and then transfer some credits. Prerequisites. That's a word I don't understand. I guess I have to look that up. Prerequisites. It's so hard sometimes because English is uh, not my native language. English. Forutsetninger. That can't be right. Forkunnskaper. So it's like pre-classes or something. This is very foreign to me. I think it works very, very different in the US from how it works like here. And I haven't really done a lot of school stuff for many, many years. So I don't have kids, so I don't really know how things work now. My brother in the chat here probably knows more than I do, since he's a teacher in high school, apparently. She can take most now and then transfer some credits to her 4-year institution. Mandatory classes, English, math, history, etc. So you have English, math, history, etc. in college? You don't have that earlier. That's. Do you do grammar and stuff? That's one of the things I noticed when I was in an exchange student in the UK, and I did like the whole functional grammar course, and the British students lacked like a basic grammar knowledge, and that was very surprising to me. That they didn't like the whole basic, like what a verb is, what subject, substantive is, subject, pronouns, things like that. And it seems like there are certain Americans that don't understand what a pronoun is. Still, I was like, when you hear like some certain Americans go like, "Oh, but we don't need pronouns." It's like, but you use pronouns always. Like it's a part of the language. It's a part of a sentence structure. So yes, we get more. I'm very confused. I'm sorry, Kendra. I just think the whole system is very different. So yeah, as I said, I was very surprised by the British students who didn't have like the basic grammar knowledge to their own language, because I did English, and we had like Norwegian grammar when I was in school. It's like very basic knowledge. It's like when you learn to write, you learn grammar, like what's the verb, what's the substantive, pronouns, all those kind of things. Uh, so that says, yeah, I moved to the UK to study at university, and British students knew less English grammar than me. Yeah, it's so strange. And I was so nervous about that before I found out. Yeah. I remember sitting doing like simple sentence analysis, and it was just like simple, like where's the subject, where's the verbal, where's the objective. So it's like very simple things like he ate an apple, basically. uh, so yeah, mm, it's very strange. Like they didn't have that basic knowledge in how those what the functions of the sentence structure. I was like, you don't know this. This is like elementary school knowledge to me. So it's very strange. So Kendra says, I'm not helping. Sorry, Luna. I think it is very different. Yeah, it's here. If someone says architecture as their major, they have X number of classes for their major, and then basic classes they also need to earn their degree. So when I went to university the first time, I say I have a English major, but it was built up. When I did English, I only did English. So I did English a total of 2 years, because I had grunnfag, like basic subject, like 1 year, first year, and then I had another semester which was mellomfag. And then I had a fourth semester, which is not common or was not common, which was a storfag, which is a lot of Norwegians even don't know what that is, even my age, because it's rare. It wasn't very many places where you could do it. And I also had like a part of my degree is also 1 year of history of ITs, where we'd read like I went to like source works for philosophy and IDs, political IDs, philosophical IDs, ethical IDs. So I did that here, and then I did 1 semester, so that was called semesteremne in sort of informatics for the humanities, or yeah, for the humanities, and I did like some programming and also like history of informatics studies. Um, but there, I could like really build my own how my own degree sort of. When I went to library and information science, though, I have a bachelor in that, so there's no major. It's just called a bachelor in library and information science, and you have like different subjects you have to have for the degree, and most of them are like set. Uh, And Kendra says, I wish it worked like that here. Well, it doesn't anymore though, because my university, my first university degree was very old. If you go to university now, you would have a bachelor. Say you do a bachelor in history, and then you have 3 years of history, as far as I know. So very different, and it was very different when I did my last semester, my storfag in the UK and in Cardiff in Wales, and I could choose from second and third year modules, all of them from I could choose from all of the second year English language and all for the second year English literature, and the same with the third year English language and English literature. So I had huge amount of subject to choose from, much more than I would have had back in Norway. So I felt very privileged. Mm. So Kendra says, here to get my art degree, I had to take things like religion, psychology, social something, I don't remember, and math. But wouldn't that be as part of your high school degree? Because that's what it is here. You would have to have like the basic knowledge before you go on to university. And you also have to study at university. Well, it depends on what kind of university, but when I went to school, you had to have like since I was doing languages, I had to do a pre-course in phonetics and linguistics. So that was like phonetics is like the how to pronounce things. And I also did something called Examen Philosophicum, which is basically where you learn critical thinking and philosophy, different philosophy, and the word escapes me, logic, like the theory of logic, things like that. So that was like a requirement to just start studying at the university. So I don't remember. It doesn't have anything to do with the degree, but the school gets more money. It's very strange. I don't understand that. How can they get more money just to teach different things? It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. So this is in UK, basic subjects are not taught at university, but you need a certificate You had good enough marks from them before you get accepted into uni. Yeah. Math and English for foreigners. Oh, really? Yeah, to get into university in Norway, you have to have like a certain amount of points. You can't just go. Your grades have to be good enough. But that's basically it. You apply with an amount of points you have, and how the points are calculated, it kind of that's kind of a little bit complicated. And Connor says I should send my kids to school abroad. We had to do that in high school too. Oh yeah. Jen says, yeah, you do need those basic classes in the first couple of years in college, which is what Kendra was talking about with the associate's degree. Don't know what that means, but it's okay. Anyway, we've been talking for a hot minute. It's interesting, though, absolutely interesting. But sometimes it's so hard to wrap your head around things because it's so different. It differs from country to country. And learn something every day, that's for sure. And yes, let's go into the next sprint. I need to find something to drink. It's 3:30 already. Time flies. Kendra says that was educational. Thanks, everyone. Yes, learns a lot. So I just love this about like this community where you like chat about things and you learn so many things. My brother says the points from are from your grade. Some subjects gives extra points. Like, for example, physics. Yeah, I didn't do more physics than I had to. The teachers were horrible. So they didn't really. I didn't find it very interesting. I lost interest. I was like, why am I doing this? What's the point of this? If I don't understand the point of it, it's boring. Um, but also, if you start later on, you get age points, and if you have some other. So when I did my second degree, I got some points for my age, and I got some points for having a university degree already, as well. And yeah, so lots of education. But I don't have any students debt anymore. That's paid off a few years ago now, which is good. Mm, yay, free education. So you normally just have the what do you say? Student debts, because you need for like living costs, things like that. Okie doke, let's go into the next stress sprint. It's going to be 50 minutes, I think. 50 minutes. So I will see you in 50. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. Scream. How did that sprint go for you? What did you do? How did it go? I made myself a cup of tea. That's not the only thing I did that sprint, but that's the last thing I did this sprint. Mmm, Battery. Nice tea. So that's one of the things. I also had shared a pastry with cherry filling with my partner and had coffee outside on the balcony. It's getting a little bit cold. It's not summer really anymore, so it wasn't really warm to sit outside, but it's not like cold either. So it was nice to sit outside to have some fresh air. That's always nice. And that's pretty much what I did. I didn't read anything at all. um, so, what happened? Oh, Malidat is here. Hi, Malidat. How are you doing? Ended up with a migraine yesterday too. Boo. You and my both. You and me both. I've had mine since Wednesday after work. I'm so sick of it. um, but I think a triptan and early night fixed it, luckily. Oh, that's good. I actually took a triptan on Wednesday and went to bed and slept, and then come Thursday morning, I felt horrible. I didn't feel well at all. Um, slept loads that day and went to work on Friday. And about 1:30-ish, I kind of realized that it's now in full bloom, and I was like, and my colleague, who's also my friend who was supposed to go to London with, looked at me and she was like, "You should go home. You shouldn't be here." So I had to, because I was supposed to be on desk from 2 o'clock. I had to arrange for someone to take it for me, and there were hardly anyone there, so that was a chore. But we managed to sort it out in the end. Thank you so much for nice colleagues. That's all I have to say for up to that. And Elmo is here. Hi, Elmo. How are you doing? Gonna read some Mistborn. I have not read Mistborn. The only thing I've read by Brandon Sanderson is the first book of the Storm Archives, The Way of Kings. That's a brick of a book. For sure. I can't remember how many pages, but 900, 800. It's a long book, and I did really enjoy it, but it's like if I'm going to read the second book, I need to like know that that's what I do that month. That's the only book I'll read for a good while. Mm. Oh, it was really good though. I really enjoyed it. It's well written. Melodot says, know that I'm moving. It might not be entirely gone. Oh no. Migraines are the worst. Oh, we're not fans. But as we've discovered, there's a lot of people in this community that struggles with migraines. And Soledad says, migraines are the worst. Here, here. I have GP appointment on Tuesday for my migraines. Oh, you too, I ended up in hospital a week ago. Oh no, and the doctor wasn't happy. I'd never went to the GP with them. That's understandable. If you end up in a hospital, it's really bad. It's a really bad attack. And I thought mine was like bad. Yes, the other day and yesterday as well. Especially last night when I woke up in the middle of the night with like the whole grasping. That was not pleasant. Monodit says, my GP does dry needling on my shoulders and neck monthly, which helps so much. Oh, that's good. Along with a daily preventative. I've tried preventative, it didn't help at all for me. But now I don't have them as often, so If I want to try another preventative, it's like I need to apply for it to get it as a blue prescription, as we call it, like so you don't pay a lot for it. It's reduced my migraines so much. Oh, that's so good. I'm so happy. Melody says I'm eating breakfast. Good, good, good. Reading fanfic and playing casual games. That sounds lovely. Sounds like a perfect morning. My brother says did a bit of work, started checking emails, etc. I'm so glad I'm not a teacher. So might have a long summer holiday. I know there's a lot of it is like taking back time for time you've worked during the rest of the year, but still, I'll take the less work during the rest of the year to long summer holidays. Kendra says, I made coffee. Ooh, good. And wrote another 300 words. Well, well done. Well done, well done. Um, Jen says, got to page 34. Made some breakfast for the kids. Ooh, that's good. And Molly that is asking, how is your friend? She's okay-ish. She's okay-ish. Uh, distracted. She's okay-ish. She's not well, but she is okay. She's so okay she can work. So at least there's that. Molodot says, I'm not sure if it's triptan itself or just the migraine, but I end up very tired when I take it. Yeah. Uh, when I take my current triptans, they're called Relpax. I can't remember what sort of triptan it is. But it feels like someone had someone has like marched all over me, like trampled all over me, like a truck maybe. I get super tired from them. But it might be a combination because I think it's pretty common to feel tired after a migraine attack because it's all the pain and it takes a lot of strength. Melodot says my preventative makes it harder to get up the next day. I had to reduce it to half a pill. Oh, that's a pity. Hi Pam, how are you? Good to see you. How's the Philippines these days? Oh, I would love to go to the Philippines, by the way. Pam's from the Philippines. Um, but who knows? It's like when after coming back from India, I was like, I can't do a long haul flight again. And now I'm going like, oh, I could probably do it again. I also want to go back to Bali for a yoga thing. But yeah. Ham says, won't be reading for now since I'm still playing Tiny Bookshop. Oh, that sounds fun though. That sounds fun. So we would love to have you here too if you decide to visit. Yeah, I think it would be like a lovely. I think it's like a lovely place to visit, I think. I don't know that much of the Philippines, but I know it's lots of tropical fruits. That in itself is kind of a thing for me. Mm, I just love tropical fruits. It's yummy. Mm, Also, the weather is warmer, so we'd probably have to go during oh winter time here, I guess. Mother says, I've been to the Philippines twice for weddings. Oh, that is so cool. I haven't really been to a lot of weddings in general, so I've been to. I just think. So I went to. I have one cousin's where was invited to the wedding, so I've been to that. And I was to a very, very small one where it was basically the couple, two witnesses, and me, and then They got married at the city hall, and then we went out for dinner after. I think we were like had just a handful of people, and that's the wedding I've been to. And then I went to a friend's wedding, um, and then I have a Swedish friend, so I've been to a wedding in Sweden, and I went to a wedding in Ireland. My partner's friend in Ireland. So that's when I went to Connemara. I went to Connemara for a wedding. So that's five. I think that's the weddings I've been to, like five. I think that's correct. Um, so I do have some other friends who have been married, but I wasn't invited to the weddings. So that's that. Um, Pam says, although it's the typhoon season right now until like October. Oh, that sounds slightly scary to me. That's why I'm kind of thinking winter time here is better. It's like December. I visited Bali, like Indonesia, in December, and I thought it was like the perfect time to visit because it wasn't like, it was warm, but it wasn't like super hot. It was like 26 degrees, which was perfect. Uh, Ham says our fruits are the best to be honest. We're known for clear beaches too. Oh, that's nice. So one of the things that I found so heartbreaking when I visited Bali was I went to the beach in Seminyak, and there were like old plastic bags and stuff in the ocean, and it's just so sad. So sad. So much rubbish in the water and on the beach as well. And I also think there were like along the beach because I think it's a bit of a party place. I'm not a party person, so I was inside during the like night, and then I went. When in the day during daytime, it's like you could see all the rubbish that was left because of the all the pubs or bars or whatever you call them along the beach. I think there's like a lot of rubbish after people, so that was kind of just it was just sad. Maladot says, "I love calamansi, a small citrus. Ooh, ooh. I love all fruits are yummy and good for you." Pam says, "I love your hair. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's a little bit washed out. And it looks bluer than it is in reality. It's more purple. Well, it's turned kind of blue now, I guess." Do you dye it on your own? Yes, yes, I do. I used to get a hairdresser who's also my friend to dye it. But my experience is that the dye doesn't stick any better if you do it with a hairdresser. And I do it just as well myself and save loads of money. It's like 10 times. It's by far more expensive to do it at the hairdressers. So I think if I do it at a hairdresser's, I pay at least 4 or 5 thousand kroner, which is a lot of money. And when I do it myself, is max 150. You do the math. uh, it's like when you pay like 2 3 days of salary to go to the hairdresser. I'm not rich. I'm a librarian. I don't get paid that much. Ah, nose itchy. I am so tired today. I'm also struggling with migraines like Molly Dot. So, and I could feel I was like after last. So the last chatty bit was so long. I was like looking at the time, and it was like I think it was almost an hour of chatting. So that was a lot. It was super interesting though, and I really enjoyed it, but long. I'm going to have a look at the timey time here. Ska vi se. So, I think we've already done. Okay, so I think we have done 15 minutes chat now, approximately. So I think we should go into another sprint, and I'm going to do another 50 minutes. And this time I will actually sit down with my tea and my book and try to get some reading done. And hopefully I get a little bit further into this book. I'll see you in 50. Hello, welcome back. I'm not sure if anyone noticed, but something happened with the timer because I changed it. And then I was thinking, it's like these are very long 5 minutes. And turns out that when I changed the timer settings during the timer, it changed the whole thing, which wasn't my intention. So sorry about that. Because I'm going to have another, my next sprint will be 75 minutes. So that wasn't the intention, and it was so weird. So it was like, what happened? It's like, what? So now I learned that I can't change the timer, the time of the timer, while it's counting down because it will pop into the new time, which wasn't great. So that was a longer sprint than I anticipated. I am at 23% into the book, I think, if I remember correctly. So at least I got to read some. And I'm going to have another sprint. And during the next sprint, I will eat dinner. So that will be 75 minutes. And yeah, this was only supposed to be 50 minutes, and it ended up being by far longer. Melodit says, I think I might go back to bed, but pizza first. Food is a good plan, Molly.And going back to bed is also a good plan, actually. So I'm going to have one more sprint, and I'm going to eat dinner during that sprint, and after that, we'll see. Kendra wrote another 200 words. So that'll get you up to almost 600 words so far today. Wow, that's very well done. I think you're doing really good today. And read for a little bit. That's also good. It's nice to have like a little break. It's good to take care of yourself and do a little bit of reading and things like that as well, not just write. So do you have a deadline for your current work in progress, Kendra, or is it just like writing? Uh, so yeah, I'm going to eat. I'm actually quite hungry. So we're having, I think there's battered tofu with mushroom sauce and roast veg. I think that's the dinner today. It's like a Sunday roast. Uh, really looking forward to that. And I can feel my tummy going a little bit like rumbly. It's not really rumbly, but it'll be good to have some food to eat, and that will happen during the last sprint of today. I'm trying to do sprints more regularly. Um, so I'm going to try to do sprints on Sundays. I might not be able to do it every Sunday, but I'll try to do it more Sundays. So I set up like all the Sundays, like next Sunday as well. But after that, I haven't set up any yet. I need to look at my calendar to see how it looks like. And there might be some other days here and there as well. I've done some game streaming, but I've pretty much landed on not doing that anymore because, uh, first of all, I don't think most people are interested in watching it, and most importantly for me, I find it less stressful and less straining to just gameplay, to be able to go step away from the computer every now and then and catch things instead of just like very intensely play and trying to talk as well when I'm gaming. It's nicer for me not to do that. Counter says, I have 1,100 words. That's a lot. Very well done. No deadline. Okay. I didn't even mean to be writing this. Well, that happens. I was working diligently on my series. No, I'm just playing around to see if I like this concept. I think that's very, very, very fair to do that. I think it's good to do follow your gut feeling, I guess. Um, so that's good. So yeah, so my current read, the Cinnamon Spice Inn. I am hoping. So I have 4 days left to uh, read before it's archived on NetGalley, and I must admit that are things that I kind of just skim read. Not because I don't want to read it, but because it's a lot of words. um, so it's not that I don't read it. I just read it quicker than I normally would because normally I try to like dwell around the words, if that makes sense. And yeah, I kind of like, but I think it's the atmosphere in this book is so nice. It's very, so far, very cozy, autumny. So I think this is being published on the 28th of August, and then actually it'll be published in September in Norwegian. I was so surprised to see that. It was like just, I was talking to my work friend about this book, and I was like say talking about like, oh, this is very like on point for like the people who work like the Laurie Gilmore books, and I think it's like we're in a way, and very much for the season to come, like the autumn season, and I think there will be a lot of people this will speak to, and it'll like the people who reads the Laurie Gilmore books, the Harbor, what is called the series? Harbor. So this is the second book in the series. The first book in the series I have downstairs. Ba, ba, ba. I thought maybe they would like say, oh, Dream Harbor series. So I think the people who like those books will probably like this as well. But I haven't read the first book I haven't read the Dream Harbors. I have the two first books, but I haven't read them yet. But I'm going to read the first book in the series after I've read this one, and then I need to hurry and read another book that I have as an art. So, but that's not until when is that out? It's a fantasy book. Let's have a look at my NetGalley shelf. So it's called the Book of Autumn, and its publishing date is the 28th of October, and it's not archived until 4th of November. So I do have a little bit of time to read that, and that's good for me. But I hope to read it and review it around publication time date because it's good to do that. I actually have a NetGalley book that I haven't really reviewed on my YouTube channel, which I was planning on doing, but I never got around to do it, which is a little bit sad, to be honest with you. Anyway, I think there is dinner coming here, so we will go into what is going to be the last sprint of the day. 75 minutes, so I will see you on the other side. And if you go to bed, so Molly Dot, I'll talk to you later. Sleep well, take care of yourself, and feel better soon. I will see you in, otherwise, I'll see you in 75 minutes. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. How did that sprint go for you? What did you do? Did you get some reading done, writing done, maybe something else? That was the last sprint of today. That was the last sprint of today. I had dinner, so I'm all well fed. So I had battered tofu and roasted vegetables and potatoes and mushroom sauce, and it was very yummy. I'm always down for potatoes, potatoes and gravy, or potatoes and mushroom sauce. Mm. And I, excuse me, managed to get my hands on some chanterelles, and that just, so nice, so nice. And I got to 26% in my book. 26% in my book. So that's not so bad, I think. I think I've read not enough today. But I'll sit down after the sprint and with my book and something to drink. So what has happened? Christina, hi, how are you? Christina says, remember to hydrate. Yes, I actually have wine, just because. It's the same bottle that I started last weekend. So not a fast drinker or a big drinker or anything, but it's a nice wine, nice white wine. And check the laundry. Yeah, I'm not doing laundry today. I did laundry yesterday. Try to take meds. I did that during the night. Stretch. Show some love to the like button. Yes. Also make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified, because YouTube's notifications are not the best. Kendra got 676 words. That's very good. Very, very good. Not bad start at all. No, absolutely zero bad at all. That's very well done. So you've gotten quite a lot written today, which is very nice. Molly Dot, you're still here. I thought maybe you'd gone to bed. Had pizza, very good, and read some more fanfic. Haven't got to bed yet. No, I can see that. You should go to bed. So I kind of feel like I want to go to bed, but it's a little bit early for me. Not looking forward to having to get up early tomorrow morning, I have to say. um, I am not a morning person, that's for sure. Not a morning person. Mm. So yeah, it's a little bit early, but I think I'll probably sit and read for a bit, maybe. I feel like I need to continue reading, but it's hard with the whole all the migraine stuff going on, even though it's like the tail end. It's the focus is not as it should be. I kind of read a little bit and then I get distracted and then try to get back to the reading, and yeah, and there's nothing wrong with the story per se. It's a nice story. So yeah. Molly says could be in bed but still have this stream on. Yeah, that is true, Molly Dot. That is very true. Um, but yeah, I try not to. I have this idea that I shouldn't use my phone in bed, that I should like put my phone in another room during the night. But I still haven't gotten that far. uh, so yeah, not very good of me. Even though I feel like I should, because I don't use my phone for the alarm normally. Only on Wednesdays when I work late, I have the alarm on. So my radio alarm goes off normal time, but then I have the other time like set an hour or later. So I have like an hour to like snooze, sleep a little bit longer if I want to. Um, but I like the one thing I really like about like the days I work late is having a really slow morning. That's I like slow mornings. Um, I like slow everything. To be honest with you, I don't like stress. I don't like rushing around. I'm still working on that, like slowing down, doing things more slowly, not rushing, not taking on too many things, which of course, not always good at. Not always good at, but working on it. So Melissa says, yeah, fanfic suits me much more when I concentrate. Yeah, that's fine. I This book is kind of just like a cozy read anyway. Like it's nothing heavy, so it's good for those kind of things. And I could watch TV. I started watching House again. I know there's like a gazillion series I could watch, and then I start something I've watched already. I was wondering if I should like rewatch season one of Buffy. But it's okay just to do pop in on the watch-alongs if when I remember them. I don't always do that though, unfortunately. Over at Hermes watch-alongs, but it's when I get to do it. It's much fun. uh, I mean, there's like all these little things that I'm almost forgotten, or like it's like, oh, which episode is this? Especially some of them. When we get to season five, I think is one of the better seasons of Buffy. There are two episodes that I really don't want to miss. It's the body. Uh, Not going to spoil anything, but that is such a good episode, and the creators, there's no music. If you pay attention, there's no music in that episode. So that's a really good episode. I don't remember which number it is. And also there's Once More with Feeling. I think that's the last episode of the season five. And it's a musical episode, so that's much fun as well. And also because I've seen it so many times and I sing along. um, and then, of course, I think it's season four. There's an episode called Hush, which is also really, really good. Really good. And yeah, my favorite character in Buffy is Tara, by the way. She's not there. She shows up in season four, if I remember correctly. So I kind of want to rewatch Buffy sometimes, but uh, yeah, I think I'll stick to House for now. So it's like House is one of the series I go back to. Sex and the City for some reason. Ooh, I have episodes of and just like that I haven't seen, I think. It's okay. I can save them for later. So yeah. Melinda says, when I can't concentrate, I mean. Ah, right, yes. Uh, I kind of got that, and I think I got distracted by thoughts. It happens. Melinda says, those two episodes are so good. Yeah, they really are. They really, really are. Uh, Melinda says, I never got into Sex and the City. Yeah, that's understandable. They were really, it was really popular with a like little gang that I was in when I went to library and information science, and then later on with a work friend when I was working as a school librarian in Sandakir, which is a school that doesn't exist anymore longer. And which is a high school, I've now learned, equivalent in the American. So I kind of like, it was like the, you'd watch this because it was like the talk of the thing, and I've read the book, and it's easy, it doesn't require much, and some of the episodes are really good, especially in the later seasons where they touch into some really fairly heavy topics. So there's more, just there's if you just follow, there's something extra there sometimes, but it's very much a series of the early 2000s. Very much a series of the very early 2000s, and how they treat things, I think, topics, and there's some certain things that are pretty. You kind of get a little bit of an when you watch it today, but if you watch it through that time, it's like it is a series of its time. I actually rewatched The X-File not very long ago, and I was surprised by how well that actually held. Of course, it's very much like the 90s things, like the whole phone. They don't have mobile phones, so they like have to like run back to the office to make a phone call, or they have to sit by a phone and wait for a phone call. And it's kind of amusing because it's how it was like at the time. So I don't mind that. So it's, even though it's like science fictiony, it's still set in the time it was made. So it's kind of good like that. Uh, Kendra says, have to run. Thanks for the screens. Thank you for stopping by, Kendra. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Uh, so Maludot says, what's the book like? Oh, it's so long since I read it. I think it's closer to the first season. So the first season is kind of closer to the book. It's not completely the same, but it's kind of I'm talking about like Sex and the City, the book, not the. I think there's a book called Carrie Diaries or something. Can't remember. I by the same author, by the way. I tried to read that and it wasn't for me. I DNF'd it, and then I realized I had the second book on the shelf, and I was like, "What do I have this?" It's called Summer in the City, and I then realized it was like the second book of the series, and it wasn't like the follow-up to Sex and the City book. So. So yeah, so the book is it's I remember thinking it was okay, but I haven't read it in a very long time, very long time. And I can't remember exactly when I read it, but I think it's maybe 13 years ago, 14 years ago. No, must be longer. If I read it in like 2000, I have to think. Oh, maybe 2000, 2009, maybe 2010, thereabouts. So 15 years ago, maybe. It's been a while. So Malita says, it's funny how series that started before mobiles were very common and ended when they were kept coming up with excuses for mobiles not being useful. Yeah, but with X-Files, it's kind of because you follow the timeline, it kind of develops as you go. So it's natural. It doesn't seem forced or anything. It is just the way it is because it's set in the 90s first. So it's kind of set in the at the time. It's contemporary science fiction, if there's some such a thing. Uh, so, but I really like the X-Files, and I loved it. And of course, I did have a little bit of a crush on a certain someone, a certain Gillian Anderson, cough. uh, so there was that as well. She's actually a really, really good actor, I think. So, yes. Those were the true. Okay. Melodette says Buffy and Angel felt like they went too long without phones. But there again, I was a few years behind on watching them. All right. Okay. Yeah. No. I I didn't feel like they were like very far behind on the phone thing. Um, I had a mobile phone in the early 2000s, but most people I knew didn't. They didn't have that. Um, and I knew a lot of people who were very anti-mobile phone for a very long time. Um, so they were like, excuse me, they weren't uncommon, but they weren't common, if that makes sense. Um, Melody says, I had a crush on David Duchovny. Yeah. uh, I rarely had crushes on men uh, for some reason. I think just always found the feminine more attractive. Um, of course, when it comes to like looks, but of course that's not the important thing anyway. What I find the most attractive is intelligence. So uh, there's that. Melody says, when I came back from Australia in 2000, it seemed like everyone in Ireland had a mobile except for me and P. Oh, right. Were you married at that time, at the point? When did you marry? Mm, no, I knew a lot of people who didn't. In 2000, I knew a lot of people who didn't have a mobile phone. Married in 2005. All right. Okay. Yeah. Uh, that's 20 years ago. You've been married for 20 years. Imagine that. That's a while. Okie doke. I am really tired, so I am going to end it here today. I am aiming to do another stream next Sunday at 12 Central European Time, noon. And then that is 11 a.m. Irish time. So I will be back with another sprint session then. Melody says maybe it was just people we were trying to meet up with. They'd move on and expect us to call them. That's that's not very nice. um, I think it might be like lots of different reasons for why you couldn't call, or it might be reasons for not being able to. So I think it would be nice to just meet up where you're supposed to meet up. So yeah. Anyway, that's it for today. I hope I will see you next Sunday. Um, have a lovely rest of the day. I will see you in a week, I hope. Bye.